Therefore, peace, with its positioning in function of the precepts of the Sharia. From an etymological standpoint, peace, from the Basir Numaddas, peace, of course, is the oxymoros of war. Peace with its different connotations, the fact of letting go, the fact of claiming for peace and trying to oppose resistance, the fact of trying not to be in a fighting position, are intrinsically connected concepts. This is how peace, as Selm, as pronounced according to the pronunciations that exist in the Arabic word, with the connotation of hope. Hope, as well as serenity, quietness, calm. The calm natures were not in a confrontation positioning like the Bedouin Arabs, who were rather trying to wage war. And this is how amongst these tribes there used to be a mediator in order to try and avoid wars. And Silm also derives from Salam, the salute of Islam, may the peace be upon you. Prophet Abraham in his time talked about Silmi Salam. There are different significances and connotations according to the semantic field of the very concept of peace within different disciplines. And this, of course, involves the connotations of the emotional well-being, quietness, calm, which is one of the forsaken objectives of each single individual whenever it provides them with a feeling of security and safety, which is something humans always tend to achieve. There are different rational dimensions that are deeply rooted and connected to divinity. Allah has 99 names, and one of them is As-Salam. The instigator of peace is Silma, and they are largely stipulated and referred to in the principles of Islam, and they are mentioned in the Holy Quran. The anchorage of such a dimension of peace in the Islamic culture vests several aspects. One needs to take into consideration the manifestations of this anchorage of the very concept of peace, a peace that shall become one of the very nominations of heaven, which is referred to as Dar as-Salam, the home of peace, and a synonym for paradise, a house of peace where salutations and salutes are given by this wording, Assalamu alaikum, may the peace be upon you. And this is how the inhabitants of heaven mutually greet each other. We're talking about the afterlife, but on this groundly life, there is also the use of the salute of As-Salam. Salam means peace, and it's also a largely repeated concept in many verses of the Holy Quran. This is also a greeting between angels amongst themselves, but also greetings towards the prophets, Jesus, Abraham, and all other prophets. Anytime their names are invoked, they are followed by Alihi as-Salam. Be peace upon them. A peace should be upon the followers of the ways traced by the Lord, far away from any obscurantism and any lost souls also are to return to peace thanks to these greetings. This is deeply anchored in the Islamic principles, as well as in the exegesis and explanations of the Sharia. This is how one should realize that as-salam in the different ways to address people. As-salam is something that is going to impregnate the speech of Islam, of peace. It's part and parcel of the Muslim identity in this earthly world as well as in heaven. As it has already been mentioned, it bears the name of Dar as-Salam, which is the home of peace. And this is a strong and eloquent call for the maintenance and rejoining of peace, like in Ibn Ashur writings. Such peace should prevail amongst the ranks of Muslims as well as humankind as a whole, peace being highly praised, whilst war remains one of the defense means and a last resort solution. Yet peace should be valued. Now, in the ancestral learnings institutions such as the Mahadra, we will see that the Mauritanian Shingates always praised peace, and these Mahadrat were always a driver for such a highly praised peace principle. And this is how Mahadras also always have been a space for protection, immunity, as fairly indicated by the very word Mahadra in its etymology, and any derivatives coming from that name. Since the Mahadra, whether pronounced as Mahadra or Mahandra, with the required vocalization in the Arabic language, there is also this connotation of the green color, Mahadra, not far from Akhdar, that means the green color, Khadra, the color of peace, fertility, and abundance. There also are some references to the lack of resources of pastures, the lack of hydric resources. Anytime a war is waged, comes the need for green fields that lead people to dream. And these green lands are playing the role of a fortress, protecting the disciples and any people that are to be comforted from the turmoils and dangers of war. These Bedouins are the autochthonous populations, and therefore the initial and original disciples from these Mahadras, they used to gather in these Mahadra that came to light in the most arid deserts and in quite difficult conditions, namely those amongst which the Bedouins of Arabia used to evolve. And in spite of that, the Mahadra seeks to be a beacon of disclosure of knowledge and peace. A few disciples of this Mahadra used to complain from the fact that their favorite and cherished sheikh were ambulant nomads, far from being sedentary populations, which deprive them from the acquisition of knowledge. Therefore, these sheikhs became heroic figures of the time, around whom disciples would pronounce verses throughout which they would quote their virtues. This heroic dimensions of the Mahadra and people who frequent them, whether the disciples or the teachers, adds glory to these, as well as a specific civilizational and unique dimension to a Mahadra. which also shall benefit from donations and the generosity of philanthropists as well as high dignitaries within communities. A mahadra gathering disciples of all origins, united by this passion and this tremendous love for the accumulation of knowledge in full adoration of the master, of the teacher, who was ready to give it all and sacrifice himself for his mahadra and for the teachings. The disciples used to be heroic figures characterized by their qualities distinguishing them from the heroic figures of Bedouins Arabia, which courage, brave nature, humility, and generosity is well known. Only those who are acquainted to these mahadras can assess them as they should and understand their qualities and virtues. Anything that is being studied within these mahadras, the fiqh, the rituals of adoration, of veneration, prayers, as well as other principles of Islam, which are parts of the disciplines taught within these mahadras. And this is how the disciples of the mahadra did not have an easy life at the time, in spite of anything that could be hindering the learning. They should demonstrate resilience, even if sometimes they would sleep on an empty stomach. They would work in a very tedious manner, sometimes living in precarious conditions and with a shortage of financial means. A shortage of food, mostly during the summertime, where there was a high shortage of water and food, and when this mahadra was to follow its course in spite of all and search for other lands. Therefore, the disciples and teachers would do it with a bravery and would look for a more green pasture where they could quench their thirst and fill their stomachs whilst feeding themselves with knowledge, because what used to unite them was this thirst for learning under the shadow of a tent or a bivouac, or as a tree that would then welcome them to another place on their day-by-day routes and nomad lives. And this is how we understand that these people were to cope with lots of changing situations. Sometimes life was not easy. They were to study under a tree. And it seems that I am invited to go to my conclusion as indicated by the president of the session. These sheikhs were described as follows by some disciples. Whenever these were sitting under the shadow of a high tree, this sheikh is an iconic and famous figure of kindness, generosity, erudition, sharing, and he used to be considered as a proeminent figure of knowledge, a highly respected and adored character by his disciples due to his immense knowledge and erudition that was there to quench this thirst for knowledge of the disciples, the mahadra now, and its role in the in the promotion of peace, first in the culture that the latter used to perpetrate throughout the propagation of science, as well as the very fact to cultivate any brotherhood, values of love, or goodwill, largely inspired from the Muslim tradition. And this is, of course, one of the very characteristics of the peace ingredients contained in the Mahadra. The intellectual rule and the very fundamental grounds on which these Mahadras were to be built was precisely peace. Besides the role of rapprochement, this is a bridge that was to be built throughout the role played by these sheikhs, drivers of knowledge, and these characters would play the role of wisdom character, would play the role of mediator in order to appease tensions and to overcome divergences. Mahadras, with their disciples stemming from all horizons, were, of course, gathering around the quest for knowledge. This explains that there was a good living together atmosphere and many values such as tolerance that would enable them to propagate this brotherhood mindset, due to the fact that any abstraction was to be made of any divergences or differences. Any opposing opinions were to be overcome from the standpoint where each one were the ambassador of their nation, their tribe, their community, if not their country. And this is how, of course, this has made it possible for the Mahadra's role to become essentially the role of locomotive for peace. I believe that now the time that was granted to me is largely past, and the Mahadra went beyond the geographical spaces where it came to birth, and the permanent itinerary, permanent nomad ambassadors were traveling around, and the Mahadra was always at the service of the disciples. There was an indefectible love connecting disciples to the Mahadra, as well as all services provided by these disciples towards their communities. Whenever a Mahadra would elect to move to another place, all the community services provided by the disciples were to come along with the Mahadra, creating therefore relationships of brotherhood, love, and cordiality between the members, which would serve as a medium to calm down differences and divergences, even any diverging opinions from neighboring countries or other countries. Thank you, Dr. Al-Mustafa, for this beautiful presentation.
Now we are giving the floor to His Excellency Abdallah Ben Brahim. Abdallah Ben Brahim is a professor. He's a director of a traditional school in the Sousse region, south of Morocco. He's a member of the Rabita al-Ulema from the Kingdom of Morocco. You have 10 minutes. Please stick to the time. On the name of God, grateful, merciful, praise be the Lord, and peace upon his prophet. First of all, I would like to thank Mauritania for organizing this conference. I would like to thank His Excellency, President of the Islamic Republic. I would like to thank Sheikh Abdullah Ibn Ubaya. I was asked to talk about the role played by the ulemas, the Muslim scholars from Sousse, Moroccan region, in peace building. and its action on peace building. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that knowledge is like rain. Many benefits in science and knowledge. Knowledge allows human beings to have a very smooth relation with God and to have a good relation between them. Ladies and gentlemen, my delivery is about the role of peace. This conference is about the role played by the ulemas, the Muslim scholars, to disseminate peace and to fight against extremism. Morocco has worked relentlessly through the religious institutions to fight against radicalism. The Ministry of Religious Affairs trains imams, predicators, scholars, and at the same time, the ministry has designed a charter of conduct embracing all the efforts put forward by the religious institutions. We are meeting twice a month to debate upon peace building, peace, social peace, about spiritual peace for the Moroccan citizens. We have other institutions like the Rabita Muhammadiyah of the ulemas working on fighting and eradicating the radical speech. The Rabita is trying to disseminate the real concepts of Islam, calling for peace. The Rabita collaborates with experts. The Rabita is open to the youth to publish articles in its review, to work on security, on peace and development. Ladies and gentlemen, please let me tackle 6 items. First and foremost, the importance of the region of Sousse is about traditional education and teaching, traditional teaching. The scholars from Sousse, the Sousse region, to eradicate violence. Sousse is a very wide region in the center of Morocco. South and center of Morocco. The limits of Sousse are widely debated between geographers and historians. Some historians think that Sousse is the whole Morocco from Tangiers to the Sahara Desert. But Mortar Sousse, the Sousse historian, has established the limits of the Sousse region. He has talked about the Darans, south of Marrakesh, till the Saharan Desert. We have Taroudat, Shtuka, Sidi Ifni, Taroudat, Sousse. In Sousse, you can find many traditional schools. Mokhtar al-Sousse wrote a text about the school in Sousse. At that time, he mentioned 100 schools. Now we have 400 traditional schools. Mr. Othmani has designed a report in 1979, and in this report you can find 220 traditional schools. We have the Zawiya school from Agloul, built by Mr. Agloul. We also have the Quranic school Digdi from Igdi. I had the honor to manage this school. It's a school created in the 7th century Hijra. Many ulama, scholars, predicators, and fiqh have been trained in this school. Since the founding of this first school, traditional school, inhabitants from Sousse have built many schools. Following His Majesty the King Mohammed VI's wish and political commandments, we are taking into consideration the very efficient role played by the schools to foster the spiritual wealth of Moroccan citizens. And we organize the traditional education from a religious standpoint. The ministry is supporting the royal wish to support traditional teaching. The goal being to rehabilitate traditional schools. In order to consolidate the relation between Morocco and Africa, please bear in mind that Morocco is part of Africa, His Majesty has founded a Moroccan school to train and educate African imams in order to preserve the very close bonds between Morocco and sub-Saharan Africa. This school is used as a bridge between Morocco and sub-Saharan Africa. And by the way, there is a standardization between the Moroccan Islamic field and the African Islamic field. Now let me tell you something about the profiles of fiqh in Sousse. Fiqh in Sousse, fiqh are Muslim scholars. Fiqh are considered as religious leaders. Those fiqh do respect fiqh. People from Sousse would not accept anyone as an imam. The fellow should demonstrate that is capable of playing this role of imam. Good behavior, goodwill, the ulema, the scholars, should be a family father. That's why Sousse would rather avoid to deal with single imams in order to avoid any kind of conflict, social conflict. Imam al-Baji wrote that a mufti should not only be a good Muslim, a good scholar. The mufti should have a perfect behavior. Let's talk about the customs and habits when we deal with the imam environment. The imam should be well dressed. The imam should wear a traditional outfit to conduct and to lead the prayer within the mosque. He should be well dressed and respected. People from Sousse would not accept imam who are not well dressed because this is very important for the imam to forward his directions, for him to forward his advice to the believers. Susi do respect a lot ulemas. When an imam has a pleasant behavior, pleasant manners with believers, what is important is to highlight the respect from people from Sus towards ulemas. That's why people from Sus are always relying on imams when they want to handle local conflicts. Fourth, let me tell you something about the ulemas from Sus. Ulemas from Sus were a bit reserved regarding their exchange with people from Sus. They used not to mix and to exchange a lot with people from Sus. They always try to maintain some sort of distance to deserve the respect of people. Mukhtar Susi, His Excellency Mukhtar Susi, wrote that ulemas from Sus are well respected by all Susi, even thieves and bandits. The ulemas from Sus always manage to solve problems. They have always followed the principles from Muhammad, peace be upon him. Now let me give you some examples regarding peace building with ulemas from Sus. The ulema should be respected by everyone. That's why the ulema plays a very important role in mediation. We have many examples. For instance, the ulema's intervention in order to solve issues and to be engaged in peace building and peacemaking. His Excellency Mukhtar Susi described Ahmed Slimi, and he said that this man traveled a lot in remote villages in the region of Sus to address people's issues. Each time he had to face with issues, he was traveling to try to solve those problems out. To sort those problems out. Susi organized a Mosem, it's a celebration, it's a peace celebration. In Amazigh language, it's called Idernan. This celebration, during this celebration and this party, tribes are interacting. His Excellency Abu Yahya al-Gursifi established this tradition during the 7th century Hijra. After Muhammad ibn Ibrahim maintained this tradition, and the celebration takes place between the end of January and beginning of March. During this celebration, ulemas play a role of mediation between tribal leaders. In 1299, a big meeting was organized to find solutions to a conflict. That's why the role played by ulemas is very important, especially when we are talking about peace building and peacemaking. Abul Mehdi Isa al-Suqtani, who wrote the book of Nawazil, called upon unity. Especially during the conflict that triggered following the fall of the Saadian dynasty. a war was triggered, and it almost created a huge conflict. Fortunately, the Alawi dynasty took the power, and it helped to put an end to this crisis. Ulema are playing a very important role regarding spiritual security, spiritual stability. They are trying to moderate behaviors, and they are trying to manage the different trends. Ulemas from Sus play a very important role between the state and the tribes. Ulemas have always represented the tribes to the local and national authorities. Following the traditional fatwas, the Council of Ulemas are avoiding to create a chaos with regardless fatwas. They have played a very important role regarding the reform of the Code of Family in 2014, and now they are designing a new bill that will be handed over to the Parliament to be adopted by the Parliament. That's why we need to strengthen the role of ulemas in a society of intellectual pluralism. We need to help the ulemas to have an overall approach to handle regional issues and national issues. It was a special request from his Sheikh Abdullah Ben Baya, and just to wrap up my input, I would like to give you a piece of poetry that I wrote, a piece of poetry. The speaker is reading a piece of poetry in Arabic. It's a piece of poetry which describes the importance of this fourth conference. It's about strengthening the relations between African countries. The piece of poetry is about the importance of traditional schools providing ancient education, about reforms, about disseminating knowledge, helping the youth to be moderated and to be peaceful. Those traditional institutions are very important to fight against extremism, to fight against ignorance. Those schools have disseminated many skills and knowledges. Now the speaker is talking about the role played by His Excellency Sheikh Ben Bia. His Excellency Ben Bia, who plays a very important role for peacemaking and peace building in our countries. we should follow the advice from Sheikh Ben Beya. We should read his books and abide by his recommendations. Peace be upon our Prophet, his family, and his companions. Thank you to our dear speaker.
المتدخل التالي هو فضيلة البروفيسور عادل حسن.
We're welcoming a professor from Sudan. Please welcome him.
العقيدة الإسلامية، عمل محاضرا في الجامعات السودانية وشارك في الكثير من المنتديات.
This is a university teacher from the University of Sudan. He took part to several encounters and scientific gatherings, and he has lots of academic papers in his career. So we are going to grant him 10 minutes. On behalf of God Almighty, the graceful and the merciful, glory to God, who blessed us with all his blessings and prevented us against all evil. May the peace be on the Prophet, his family, and his companions. Now we need to remind ourselves that Prophet Muhammad was chosen by God. May peace be upon him, his companions, and family. I'm now going to tell you about the ulamas. These are the preachers directing people towards the pathway of Allah. This is a logic chain of command that connects God to the law specialists and experts. Thanks to these people, we move forward in Islam, and any persons who would not consider ulamas would deny religion as a whole. This is why any discrepancies against peace should be avoided. And ulamas in the Eastern world have played a crucial role to reach these objectives in order also to follow the preachings of the Islamic religion. Now, we need to consider that they have their roles and responsibilities in order to protect us against any discrepancies, disputes. This paper I am introducing to this conference in its 4th edition is going to cast the light on the efforts deployed by the ulamas in Sudan, amongst other things, as well as any advances in order to ensure reconciliation and divergences settlements. This is to highlight the role of traditional teaching in order to find a solution and give full recognition to the ulamas who seek to the good organization of this event. And I should therefore commend them and thank them for having invited me and to tell you about the roles of the Sudanese ulamas in order to reach social peace, and I thereby implore God to gather our efforts in these works. And I'd like to thank the Imam Abdullah Ben Baya, His Excellency, and may God bless him. Amongst the things that should be put forward is prevention in Islam. In order to preserve the strength of society, it is conciliation and reconciliation, and this is a call to a continuous work. In order to avoid any discrepancies and disagreements between Muslims, in order to try and assure reconciliation and agreements between any unagreeing parties. There are lots of Quranic verses supporting this approach. We have lots of hadiths supporting this approach. So I'd like to quote but a few of these according to a Quranic verse, and I'm going to give you the full meaning of this verse. One cannot move forward or accomplish good deeds in any other better way than reconciling divergences. The cause of reconciling parties in conflict is a noble cause. The idea underlying here is to unite people and help them to overcome their divergences. Allah is inviting us to take that route. This is why any intermediate in such process of reconciliations and providing good deeds and good offices for the reconciliation has accomplished dua and has a privileged rank. In order to have a high status in society, you must be a reference of conciliation and try to always reconcile conflicting parties. And you also need to understand the taqwa. Taqwa means to have an irreproachable attitude in all occasions and always be the hyphen, the connection between disagreeing parties. In the Sunnah of the Prophet, may blessings be upon him, I would like to entertain you about something that is even better than fasting. He said, reconciliation also is something very important, and whenever there is a dissension, you should remain on the side of people who are not going to go for the fight. So lots of ulemas have dealt with this question, as well as mashayir, wise men, preachers belonging to Sufi tariqas, preaching this morality inspired from the behavior of the Prophet Muhammad. This translates into their actions and words in their daily lives. It is the Prophet of Allah, and may blessings be upon him. He used to behave with an irreproachable behavior and ethics, namely with regard to the relationships with human beings and creatures. He would behave with wisdom and giving good advice. This was the very genesis of reconciliation principles, and this was also the task of ulemas in the Eastern world in order to have full latitude to have the final last word and have this capacity to reunite opposing parties, and they paved the way in this direction. The most important element is to have goodwill, to have good faith, to act and behave in good faith. This shall be repercuted in everything we do on our daily lives and in any daily actions and behavior, in order to make sure that our acquis, our knowledge, is not only to serve our personal interests, and we also need to be grounded on ethics of providing good advice. You need to be tactful in the way you speak. You need to protect potential disagreements, protect the respectfully address people in order not to attack their emotions, personal emotions. And this is very important with regard to society. The principle of impartiality is very important, being always trying to defend the interests of each respective individual. This reminds us of a Quranic verse, and I'm going to give a paraphrase of it. Those in position of power, whether they are flexible, should not be too demanding. They should be tempered. We need to be guided by these principles, and they should be a sort of a compass for the path to be followed by ulemas, and any preachers in particular. They have to display a crucial role in the coexistence and tolerance from the 16th century forward. The Sufi movement transcended any tribal barriers as well as ethnical divergences at the time in order to try and avoid any kinds of sectarism, and rather try to have a holistic approach where we invite coexistence and tolerance in the debate. The references directing the work of these ulemas are sizable. Lots of elements of history are referred to the mashair with regard to these. There is namely one work gathering the behavior of ulemas. It explains how they should be gaining a special status in society thanks to their irreproachable behavior. The Msid is a place, it comes from Masjid, Mosque, and the etymologics of this word was then transferred from the Arab Maghreb to Sudan, and this is how we could establish Msids, which are institutions where prayer is given, where classes are imparted. There's a canteen for the visitors. For guests, Mustafa Taib, by the way, mentioned that in his Msid book, and it's a book that contains this whole pedagogical methodology with some boundaries, with some references gathering any researchers without consideration of their ethnics, of their initial trainings and religious belongings. This was all inspired by the conduct of the Prophet in order to regulate relationships between people at the level of the Musids and beyond. This greatly contributed to the creation of cities that were founded at the time and further boosted any commercial exchanges and trade. This is how we became witnesses of the creation of several cities that therefore became centers where we could find some markets where commercial exchanges could take place, as well as religious and philosophical teachings. We should also look into the word of divergence. Divergence is a notion that should invite the settlement of conflicts. But there's an overlapping between two notions, the resolution of differences or divergences or conflicts. Since there is a material dimension in both these notions, and this is why a very steamy debate took place around these words, this terminology, and this required the advice of ulemas. This is what regards successions and civil rights. One needed to convince all conflicting parties in order to reach a consensus, an agreement. Lots of initiatives were launched in this regard, and I should like to mention such efforts such as the Hayya bin Abdallah initiative, a disciple from Hassan al-Qatala, and he had a huge impact in the reduction of conflicts between tribes at the time, and also to regulate relationships between previously conflicting tribes like the tribe of Ben Amir. And I'd like to mention the initiative of the Sheikh El Yaqut. He's part of the most famous sheikhs. He could reconcile work and science. He has one of the greatest libraries in the world. It's located in Sudan, and there's a whole village called by his name, after his name. So he also has created an institution, a legal institution for the teaching of Islamic law, and this is also an institute that provides and covers all the fees of the students studying in this institution. Such initiative was launched because this country intends to tolerate everyone, to own coexistence, and this is how we came to this initiative, to settle divergences in order to find unity in the Sudan around the issue of peace. Sheikh Tayyib al-Khed and others studied the Sharia, and he also studied at the University of Jordan. He was graduated in 1960, and he was a judge at the Supreme Court, and then he was part of the Case Law Council in Sudan. All these initiatives played a crucial role to settle divergences. We also have the initiative of Hajj Mohammed Al Shali, belonging to the Al-Qadiri Zawiya, talking about the same characteristics of this endeavor, such as Sheikh Al-Yaqut presenting an initiative to settle divergences between governmental parties in Sudan. This was in September 2022, and this is to be considered with the initiative of Sheikh Tayyib Al-Jed to serve the same initiative but with other purposes. I'm now going to tell you about the role of conciliation by Sheikh Mohammed, known throughout the whole of Sudan and the region, in Kordofan and in other regions such as Darfur. Sheikh Bouraï lives in the city of Zaiba, a city founded by the orientations of the learning of Allah, and where there are lots of institutions to learn the Quran and traditional learning. So he's part of the poets who has written about the Prophet. He founded 5 Quranic schools and also took part to several charity events, and also used his renown in order to organize lots of charitable events. In 2005, there was a big event with the youth, organized lots of initiatives. But I would like to tell you about the achievements of Sheikh Melshayed in Darfur around the Tijaniya, which underwent lots of dissensions and tribal conflicts. Omar Mzdani at the time published a reconciliation paper presented in the Doha Conference for Peace. This conference was a full success. Unfortunately, the recommendations and results or conclusions of such conference could not come to light. The ulemas play a crucial role to settle divergences. We also have a Sheikh Council playing a very important role in the question of settling disagreements between tribes in Sudan throughout specialized circles. For example, we have the Family Circle and Social Affairs gathering a large number of ulemas in the predication scenery in Sudan, and this is part of the most influential circles in Sudan. In a conference, we invited Dr. Al-Mahmoud and the General Secretary belonging to this circle. he plays a crucial role as Sheikh al-Maqali and Dr. Maqari, who is a former minister. And this concludes my presentation. I should like to make a recommendation after repeating the importance of the role of ulemas, since these acquire growing importance in the Eastern world, and I would like to recommend to organizers and leaders in Muslim countries to take into consideration the role of ulemas in any conflict settlements in the Muslim world and in the consolidation of their works in order to be more efficient in this task and thereby reduce any threats against the peace of tribes and social fabric in general. There's a Quranic verse that says that one should abide by the commandments of Allah, be patient, and may the peace be upon you all.
Thank you, Professor Abdul Halim Hamza, for this great presentation highlighting some very important topics. The next presentation from Dr. Mahmoud Bakri, coming from Cameroon, a very important scholar in the African continent, is the president of the Council of Ulema, and he is the Imam of the big city of Marwa. Your Excellency, you have the floor. You have 10 minutes, please. Alhamdulillah, peace be upon the Prophet, peace be upon the Prophet Muhammad, his family and his companions. The topic of mediation is highly important. It's quite a tricky item. And we would need much more time to address this topic. Please let me address this topic following the different pillars. And let me show you the importance of this topic, its importance and its features: reconciliation and mediation according al-fiqh, the role played by ulemas to conduct this mediation and this reconciliation each time we have to face a dispute or a discrepancy, and then I will move to the wrap-up of my statement. It's one of the fundamentals of this ethic, managing individual relations. The individual is part of the community with special needs. Human being by nature cannot live on his own. He needs the community that he loves, from which he's trying to get closer, and this is something which is indicated very clearly in the God's message. Human being represents Allah on planet Earth. He assumes a very important mission. A mission which was refused by mountains and birds, but human being has accepted to assume this mission of representing God on earth. Compassion merciful from Allah will prevail, will involve Muslim people, believers, with punishment for miscreants and non-believers. Faith in Allah is a need, is a must to adhere, to embrace what is stipulated by Allah following God's message embodied by the Holy Quran, in order to manage and to handle private life and the public environment, as long as faith and the necessity to follow the tracks paved by Allah through a total adhesion, a total acceptance of what is being stipulated in the Holy Quran and in the Hadith. Al-Imam Bukhari has stated by Ibn Bashir, talks about the union and the symbiosis of Muslim people, which looks like human being. If an organ is affected, the whole body is suffering. It's a metaphor to show the union and the solidarity that should characterize the relations between Muslims. Muslims should show solidarity. Like the organs of a human body, each time an organ is affected, the whole body is reacting. This is an analogy which leads us to talk about a total union in feelings, in pain, in happiness, in adversity, and in joy. Those brotherhood feelings should never be compromised. This is something recurrent that we will find in a repetitive manners in many hadith from the Prophet, peace be upon him, when Muslims are being asked to show compassion, integrity, and friendship. Pain could be the result of an evil, a dispute, or something which is moral, that would compromise the mental integrity of the body, the human body. In both cases, it will have different attempts taking care of the human body, and in the same way taking care of the Muslim community, trying to eradicate any kind of evils that would compromise its integrity. It is also necessary to talk about mediation and reconciliation to celebrate peace from a national standpoint. Abna Ben Ashur had called Muslims to try their best to find peaceful means for conflicts through reconciliation each time they are involved in disputes or discrepancies. Indeed, we have a huge semantic fields around the dat menandha, meaning reconciliation by trying to better understand the other and by trying to have a will to look for truth, trying to listen all the different parties involved in dispute, and to try to solve this dispute without confrontation. That al-Bayn should belong to a Quranic semantic field. We will find out that a prophet's companions always try to avoid any kind of discrepancies, trying to solve conflicts, even when it was about distributing what had been collected following the war at Badr. It is stipulated that reconciliation and mediation constitute a rule for behavior in the relations bonding Muslims between themselves. Ibn Dardar talked about reconciliation as being a virtue, a main virtue, which should be embodied by Muslims. This peaceful nature for reconciliation has a very important role to play, as important as conducting 5 prayers each day, or even as important as fasting. This is something that you will find and which will resonate in everything around the Prophet's biography, peace be upon him. The Prophet talked about this reconciliation and mediation as a purgatory that will mitigate sins of everyone, of each and everyone. Heaven's door open each Monday and Thursday. All believers will see their sins forgiven, except for those who do not believe in this reconciliation momentum and mediation momentum, and who rather go for adversity and antagonism. That's why we need to highlight the importance of mediation and reconciliation. Now I would like to tell you something about the role played by ulemas when we're talking about reconciliation. Ulemas have a very important role to play. Each time there is discrepancy between men and women, between members of the same family, between neighbors, between merchants, between traders, between individuals, when people are opposed one to the other because of a heritage or because of business dispute. We should avoid coercion and to try to opt for a way where both parties will gather and will engage in mediation and reconciliation. Genuinity will also be very important. We will resort to mediation, to ulemas, to solve the dispute and the discrepancy in a very fair way. In this reconciliation environment, sometimes it is important to rely on justice. This is when we should grant a very special importance to the actions of each cases and to provide some decisions in accordance with what is stipulated by Allah in God's message, to make sure that justice and fairness prevail within the society in order to avoid al-fitna each time judgment is given. Consequently, we will check how judges are rendering and providing their decisions by always giving the priority to mediation and reconciliation, as it has been done during our Prophet's time, peace be upon him. We will always try to give priority to unity and oppose to fitna and disagreement. That's why it is important for Muslim people to opt for mediation and reconciliation, to show some good spirit to avoid fitna and eventually to eradicate fitna. It's a very important jurisprudence decision which is at the heart of Islam principles, to make sure that serenity and peace should prevail within the Ummah, because any discrepancies and disputes should be eradicated through mediation and reconciliation. Mediation and reconciliations are very important. They are always the last way to undertake toward peace. This is something which has highlighted our Prophet's life. We should avoid bloodshed, meaningless disputes and discrepancies that will only divide the community. As a wrap-up, I would like to underline two very important points. Please let me repeat that this mediation is tied with different ethical and jurisprudence principles. Reconciliation, fairness, national reconciliation, especially when some parts of the society will try to compromise or will try to harm the others and may increase al-fitna. That's why we should opt for harmony, symbiosis, and mediation by taking into consideration what has been done by Al-Imam al-Quraishi. When we are relying on justice, this is always to avoid al-fitna and to make sure that reconciliation should be the fundamentals of this peace process. The South African leader Nelson Mandela is a very important figure of this reconciliation. He opted for reconciliation and mediation on the basis on the creation of the Committee for Truth and Reconciliation. It was a very important achievement and was praised by the international community, inspiring a national reconciliation in a very divided South Africa and almost threatened by a bloody civil war. He got inspired from the Malikite principles and the Prophet principles. Religious leaders have a very important, please give me an extra minute, please. 1 extra minute, please. The importance of religious leaders in enforcing peace. The centrality of reconciliation. This reconciliation should be adopted by many think tanks and peace centers, which do exist in many places in the world, by trying to empower the most vulnerable communities. Mediation allowing that religious leaders will try to anchor the spiritual values inspired by religious texts and trying to gather the parties involved in the discrepancy to build peace and reconciliation. It is very important to involve this process in the education and in school books. Reconciliation is the only way to pave the way toward consecration of peace through wisdom, something that we should forward. This is something that should be fostered by the next generation. God bless Sheikh Ben Baya. God bless Sheikh Ben Baya, and we would like to express our deepest gratitude for organizing this conference with so many scholars and experts to celebrate peace in Africa. May God bless him. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Bakri, for this very important presentation. Thanks to all of you for your intervention, and now we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will resume our session after this 10-minute break.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Assalamu alaikum. Please be seated in this room, because the Women and Youth Summit shall start in a couple of minutes.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. نرجو من الجميع التكرم بالجلوس.
I would like to ask participants to join us and to take a seat. We are going to start with the summit about youth and women.
ستبدأ الجلسة بعد قليل، نرجو من الجميع أخذ مكانه.
We are going to start in a few moments. Please take your seats.
السلام عليكم.
La paix soit sur vous, sur Allah et son prophète, ainsi que ses compagnons et sa famille. Bonjour à tous. Veuillez me rejoindre.
For this morning,
Hi, please join us.
please take your seats. The program will begin shortly. نرجو أخذ مقاعدكم والجلسة ستبدأ بعد قليل.
هذه جيد محمد. هذه واحدة.
بارك الله فيك أخي. Yeah.
being guided as we. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. The program will begin shortly. The program will begin shortly. سنبدأ بعد قليل إن شاء الله. سنبدأ بعد قليل. فمعذرة على هذا التأخير ونشكر لكم.
Please join us. We're going to start without further ado.
I will tell you the order after.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning again, good afternoon. Please, مرحبا بكم مرة أخرى. نرجو التكرم باستقبال السيدة الأولى لجمهورية غامبيا. السيدة الأولى
Gambia is going to join us with also Fatima Barbaru.
of Gambia. Welcome. Welcome. So, وخير ما نستهل به هذه الجلسة آيات من الذكر الحكيم.
We are going to kick off this session with some Quran verses. Athlan Khan is going to quote from the Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الرحمن الرحيم. ملك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اصبروا وصابروا ورابطوا واتقوا الله لعلكم تفلحون. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم والذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. الذي جعل لكم الأرض فراشا والسماء بناء وأنزل من السماء ماء فأخرج به من الثمرات رزقا لكم فلا تجعلوا لله أندادا وأنتم تعلمون وإن كنتم في ريب مما نزلنا على عبدنا فأتوا بسورة من مثله وادعوا شهداءكم من دون الله إن كنتم صادقين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. صدق الله العظيم.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, all due protocol observed, welcome to this Summit for Women and Children. I'd like to first start by thanking the Mauritanian state and his president for the organization of this conference. I should further like to commend and thank dear Sheikh Abdallah bin Bayez, the first time that a scholar gives such a significant place to the youth and women in the promotion of peace for the development of the continent. And as you will easily understand, education is the key to all of this. Today, under the high patronage of His Excellency, the First Lady of this country, Mrs. Mariam bin Ahmed Faida, is going to now introduce this summit for women and the youth. Since she could not make it here today, it is His Excellency, the Minister of Social Affairs, Children and the Family, that are going to open this summit. And I should like to greet the presence of the First Lady of Gambia, brotherly country. I am from Senegal, Fatima Babaro. Mrs. Minister, the floor is yours.
merci.
Thank you. On behalf of God Almighty, is it working? In the name of Allah, the graceful and the merciful, peace and blessings on the Prophet, his family, and his companions. Your Excellency, Mrs. First Lady, Mrs. Fatima Doualbo Aharou, Your Eminence, Sheikh Abu Baya, President of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace and General Coordinator of the African Conference on Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, all due protocol observed. Assalamu alaikum. I should first like to welcome our honorable guests, thanking them for having traveled and for having come from so far in order to take part to the works of this very important conference in the framework of the protection of peace, and in this forum for women and the youth, placed under the high patronage of the President of the Republic of the Mauritania, as well as the patronage of His Eminence Sheikh Ben Baya. We would like to both thank them for the organization of this conference. We further would like to extend our thanks to all the other organizers and these two prominent characters, the President of the Republic as well as Sheikh Ben Baya, for having chosen Mauritania to welcome the works of the 4th edition of this conference for peace this year under the heading of ancestral learning, wisdom, knowledge, and peace. It was mentioned in the President's speech as well as in Sheikh Ben Baya's, as well as in the presentations of several other speakers, the role of the Mauritanian Mahadra as well as the efforts displayed by the government in order to settle a balance between secular ancestral teachings and modern education in the purpose of having young graduates and sufficiently equipped to serve their nation, their development and social development. Women, as intrinsic components of this peace upholding process, shall, alongside with the First Lady of Mauritania and Gambia, ensure the fact that we now cast our attention towards other avenues in order to uphold peace in African land and in order to ensure the autonomy of individuals, namely women and the youth, in order to settle such values as peace and quality education at the service of young people and tomorrow's young citizens. The African Conference for Peace is a tremendous opportunity for us to struggle against terrorism, fanatism, obscurantism, and extremism. This is why we have a call launched by the scholars, wise men, religious men, politicians, decision makers, and the youth taking part to this conference in order to seek to upkeep the fundamental values of Islam and for them to be a fortress in order to immunize us all against these evils and in order to cast our eyes towards the best possible recommendations that shall foster growth and sustainable development in the framework of peace. Mauritania, amongst all the countries of Africa, officially declares the opening of this summit for peace in the favor of women and the youth. I shall now give the floor to His Excellency Jacques Sosten Digaram, Minister of National Education for Literacy and the Promotion of National Languages. Thank you very much. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests in your respective functions and grades. Due to the time that has been granted to me, I'd like to summarize the pre-session throughout this simple sentence. And before my presentation, I should like to give you a translation on behalf of His Excellency the President, Rahim Traoré, the President of a country, his greatest salutations and greetings, and Minister Tambela, as well as all religious sheikhs from Burkina Faso who have come with me to join this conference. And we want to convey on behalf of the Burkinabese people our deepest greetings to the Mauritanian people, and we would like to greet all delegations present in this summit. It is a great pleasure for us to share the Burkina Faso experience throughout this prestigious panel dedicated to women and children, or the youth, because this aims to summarize the whole political view of Burkina Faso as to the reform of the traditional education in our country, so as to enable our young to be drivers of peace and to enable the population to largely contribute to the development of our country. As a reminder, I'd like to mention that Burkina Faso is a multi-confessional and cultural country throughout 60 ethnic communities. These communities have been living together for generations in a symbiotic situation with a pacific coexistence situation that has been turmoiled by what we call extreme violent extremism, fanatism, and terrorism that is now the scourge of the Sahel. New ideas that are contrary to the traditional educational values has led to some consequences under a social, scholar, economic, and humanitarian standpoint. A historic reminder aims to say that in the beginning, traditional initiatic rites were executed during the pre-colonial age in our country. The different communities had their own traditional centers dedicated to initiatic rites, consisting naturally in the possibility to include for each community, for each people and tribe, the notion of living together. Notions given to teenagers, leading them to live together, the search for peace, tolerance, as well as forgiveness within our traditional societies. These educational practices would also enable the transmission of knowledge and the experience of the elders to the youngest generations, and the initiatic rites were the first form of traditional education of children in our societies. With the upcoming of Islam, Quranic schools were born, gathering children under the tutorship of a Quranic master who would teach them to read the Holy Quran as well as the precepts of Islam. It was the second form of schooling, gathering children under the naming of the Quranic master way before the Western colonization in our traditional societies. These Quranic practices evolved in a pacific living together mindset, alongside with traditional teachings and initiations, and even after the Western colonization. Burkina Faso, mind you, structured and organized its educational framework around four main pillars, namely formal education, informal education, as well as specialized education. In view of its importance in the training of individuals, let us recognize that Quranic teachings in this new structuring stems from a non-formal kind of education and plays a capital role in the landscape of professional education. Yet these educational structures have encountered difficulties that are essentially connected to the restoration of the learners, since most of the time they live on begging, and their sanitary conditions, and also there's a lack of opportunity of insertion of these people after their traditional training. In the purpose of reforming this aspect and this chapter of education in order for it to contribute to the development of the country, the government of Burkina Faso launched a vast reform of these schools and decided to undertake the leadership whilst supporting Quranic masters and helping the different stakeholders responsible for these schools and traditional educational entities. What should be said in this context is that the state played a crucial role in order to avoid these centers that had practically become the medium of culture where young people would be recruited by extremists. They would recruit them and send them to the jihad, so to speak. So this is why we decided to reform these Quranic schools throughout 4 axes. There's one chapter dedicated to Islamic education, the Quran and other Islamic sciences that can be also taught to these young people. The second part is the integration of the Arabic and French languages, enabling therefore to these young people to learn how to speak French, as well as the integration of exact sciences, namely mathematics and a number of observational sciences, as well as the learning of a craft, vocational training being an important element for these young people to be able, for example, to be enrolled in the agricultural world. At the same time, they would learn Arabic and the Quran. They would be equipped with something that would give them the possibility to find a job, because they need to integrate the social fabric and not be a burden after their training within the community. Which was also important was to build a bridge from the 3rd year forward to enable these youngsters to join the classic school if they wanted to. For the young adults, the integration as to, for example, vocational training aspects in order for them to be able to get a hold of their destiny. The project was developed with the Islamic Bank. There was a project supporting this reform in the following fields: harmonization of bilingual French and Arabic curricula for the primary and post-primary schools. We realized that in function of the place where the Quranic master would have his school, should it be in Egypt, he would apply the Egyptian program. Would it be in Saudi Arabia, he would apply the Saudi program. But wherever the Quranic master was trained, he would bring the same program. So we had to adapt these to the Burkina Faso context and try and harmonize the learnings provided in these traditional schools. We have a conception of the guides in Arabic adapted to the social context of Burkina Faso, and we also had the state that opened the creation of a special Arabic-speaking section in the National Institutes training the teachers of Burkina Faso. There's an Arabic section that teaches exclusively these teachers in Arabic. The state opened 39 French Arabic schools in order to boost modern types of schooling institutions. And in conclusion, I'd like to simply say that the Burkinabe's experience we want to share with you is that the state decided to take the leadership of the organization of these traditional schools for these to be better adapted to the modern evolution of society and enable these learners coming out of these schools to be better included in society and find a job and contribute to the building of peace in our country. Sorry, madam, I was told that I could speak for 15 minutes, and this is why my communication was a bit longer. Thank you very much for your attention. By all means, Your Excellency, thank you for being so flexible. I shall now give the floor to Her Excellency Elizabeth Shahif, the Minister of Education from Niger. Minister of Education. And I would also like to remind to our speakers that if they could keep their presentation or delegation to a maximum of 5 minutes. Thank you, dear moderator, Your Excellency, and dear First Lady of the Republic of the Gambia, Madam, Your Excellency, Minister of Social Affairs of Mauritania, ladies and gentlemen, dear ministers, distinguished speakers and participants. This is a great pleasure for me to take the floor in this solemn occasion. Therefore, I'd like to, on behalf of the high authorities of transition in Niger and the Brigade General Abdurrahman Tiami, would like to therefore thank the Mauritanian authorities as well as the organizers of this conference for the opportunity that you're granting us to take part to this continental encounter in order to exchange on such vital issues as those connected to peace. Peace is a must-have ingredient for the achievement of development objectives for a profound, fair, and sustainable transformation of our continent. In this experience and participation to this encounter, we would like to present the traditional teachings in Niger and their contribution in the promotion of peace, as well as the autonomization of the youth and women, being essential components of the Nigerian society. As you know, traditional Simon comes back to the pre-colonial age, and they're qualified of original education by opposition to the so-called modern education inherited from the colonization. It is equivalent to a socialization process, and it's a mechanism throughout which the society will convey its values and standards to the members. It provides a physical development, the development of the know-how and the know-how to live, whilst providing an answer to the needs and expectations of society. The historic evolution of the Nigerian society is enshrined within this traditional learning in a more broad acception or wording, including the Islamic religious teaching, as well as a set of intrinsic values to the ancestral heritage of the Nigerian society, conveying positive ideas, including favorable practices to peace, and that are not in contradiction with religious texts. Alongside with the issue of peace and autonomy of the young and women, traditional teachings can be understood from the religious component throughout the mechanism of regulation of the Quranic Nigerian schools called Makaranta, and on the other hand side throughout ancestral practices that are owned to the Nigerian society. Indeed, in the way the Nigerian ancestral society operates, there are favorable practices for social cohesion, placing each member of society at the service of the quest and achievement of a collective well-being. Traditional learning in its ancestral component puts the stress on the group at the expense of individualism, and it has a collective notion favoring solidarity, fraternity, brotherhood, and sharing, and grants an important place to women in this system from the very important standpoint that they occupy in society and the socialization of children. The approach of traditional learning is pragmatic, practical, and also encompasses a professional dimension, since young children will be initiated to the learning of productive activities of their group. Therefore, the community shall teach them values, fostering the taste for a well-done job, as well as the sense of utility for a collective well-being and good. In addition to the learnings, traditional African education contains other ingredients contributing to social cohesion, peace promotion, as well as the image of the legendary institution of parenthood a plaisanterie that is a social practice exercised between ethno-linguistic groups, confessional, social professional groups, and individuals throughout different expressions, regulating social relationships and promoting brotherhood, solidarity, solidarity, community sense, etc. In addition to all these favorable values for the autonomization and promotion of peace being observed in the Nigerian ancestral societies, let us further mention those that were triggered by the encounters of our societies with Islamic values. Such Islamic values have enabled to strengthen these positive values and principles in order to promote peace and development of our societies for centuries now. Indeed, as you might know, ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian society has come into contact with Islam practiced by no less than 98% of the population, and the instrument of Quranic schools as a tool of education is largely widespread within the Nigerian population. This form of non-formal education is essentially translated by the memorization and writing of the Holy Quran, and there is a close connection between spirituality, morality, and ethics. In Niger, 3 types of Quranic schools may be identified, namely the family Quranic school, referring to the Quranic master specifically employed by a family to educate their children, and very often the children of the larger family. We also have a traveling Quranic school that refers to a Quranic master traveling on the national territory and sometimes goes crossing borders with his students in their quest for knowledge. There are further sedentary Quranic schools reflecting any pupils gathering around the master at a precise place in order to receive lessons in a regular manner. Generally speaking, such values conveyed by these Quranic schools, in addition to their spiritual dimension, improves the group in its entirety in order to well instruct and teach children, equipping them with values such as honesty, social harmony, sociability, respect, humility, sharing of values, whilst disqualifying lies, discord, and individualism, such as social inappropriate behaviors and unacceptable. For some years nowadays, ladies and gentlemen, the Nigerian state has been restructuring Quranic schools in order for these to serve as a bridge towards formal schools. This approach enables to implement a Quranic teaching system in these makranta. The Ministry of National Education places in this perspective and makes it available to the makrantas a set of qualified teachers able to turn these schools into a place for the development of knowledge of religion, and also training players that will be able to later contribute to the development of our beautiful country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me, before I rest my case, to greet and to thank all women and young people and women of Niger who have shown courage and resilience, as well as international solidarity. They believe that such conditions should be granted to them, and they reaffirm their will to open their hand to live in harmony and peace, since they do. This is a proof. In these large encounters, you can see how large the delegation of Niger is represented here, and this is a proof of solidarity and good understanding between all peoples of the planet. Before I rest my case, dear moderator, if I may, I would like to thank once again the organizers of the conference. I should particularly like to thank the participants for all the teachings that we are being granted here, and would like to reassure you that anything that is useful and can enable us to give traditional learning in its religious component its full place and role, and our societies should be upkept and protected. And we want to take it away with us at home and place it in the Nigerian people and promote the development of our country in general. Thank you very much, Madam Minister, for your very interesting presentation. For anyone who would like to follow this summit, I would like to please now ask you to respect 3 to 4 minutes maximum, because we are lagging much behind on our schedule, and in the common interest, we would like you to respect your time of speech. Of course, the subject matter of women and the youth is an essential subject matter. I'd like now to give the floor to Mohamed Salat Al-Kayad, General Director of Political Affairs, Head of the Delegation of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and he's now going to deliver the speech of the General Secretary of
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim wa salatu wassalam.
In the name of God, the grateful and merciful, peace be upon the Prophet, his family and his companion. I would like to express my gratitude to the First Lady, Republic of Gambia, to express my gratitude to Sheikh Ulama bin Baya. God bless you all. It's an honor for me to read the intervention of His Excellency, the Chairman, the Director of the OIC, Mr. Suleiman Ben Taha. In the name of God, the graceful and the merciful, peace be upon the Prophet, his family and his companion, I would like to express my gratitude to the government of Mauritania and to Sheikh Mohammed Ben Baya, President of the Council of Fatwa from the Emirates, for inviting me to participate to the 4th Conference for Peace in Africa. I would like to express my deepest respect to His Excellency President Sheikh Mohammed Rojani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, for organizing this gathering under his high patronage. I would like to thank the Republic of Mauritania for supporting all the causes in the Muslim world and for participating in such a tangible way to preserve peace in the African continent and to maintain moderation in the African continent. Please let me take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Mauritania as an active member within our institution, our organization, and for organizing the ministerial meeting from the 16th to the 19th March in Nouakchott, which outcomes have been so positive thanks to the chairmanship of Mauritania during this session. I would like to express my gratitude to the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. I would like to thank Sheikh Mohammed Ben Baya. We underline the importance of the efforts deployed by Sheikh Abdullah Ben Baya, who has handled the most difficult issues of our time. He has put a lot of effort and resources to maintain peace, to build peace in the world. Those are the same goals pursued by the OIC. This gathering is taking place in a very difficult environment. We have to face many challenges. The tensions over the world, the speech of hate, are two elements asking us to pursue tolerance and common understanding for humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, choosing Mauritania to organize this conference is a very relevant choice. It's a land for Muslim scholars. It's a place of ethnic and religious diversity. It is also a place of great enlightenment where the Islamic principles are being disseminated. I would like to underline the very important role played by the Mauritanian Mahadara, and I would like to thank the government of Mauritania for suggesting the Mahadara in Mauritania as an intangible patrimony, intangible heritage in the list of UNESCO. Choosing this topic of traditional education is a very important point, because traditional education plays a very important role for tolerance, eradicating radicalism and extremism. It's a very important place to debate and to exchange over traditional education. It is also a great opportunity to compare the different methods used in those schools with the modern methods in modern schools. For the own good of those schools, and to give the opportunity to these schools to play their role, especially as far as mediation is involved and as peace building is involved, and to fight against extremism and radicalism. This continent defends traditional principles which are very important. The OIC and its institutions are working relentlessly to put forward the decade program, to put a lot of efforts and resources to support peace and solidarity and collaboration between peoples and the living together in the OIC environment and elsewhere in the world. OIC is giving a lot of importance to youth and women. OIC tries to give the exact idea about Islam. The issue of Islamophobia comes from a misunderstanding and from a wrong vision of Islam. Please let me tell you that the Secretary General of the OIC is ready to collaborate and to participate in any kind of efforts which goals are to build and to maintain a peaceful dialogue between everybody. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Your Excellency. Please let me give the floor to His Excellency Jean-Christophe Brassac, Religious Affairs Advisor within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Development. Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellency, First Lady from Gambia. I beg your pardon, Your Excellency. We are just waiting for the microphone. Your Excellency, First Lady, Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to tell you that I am very proud for my country and for myself to attend this conference. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, the authorities of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and its president, Mr. Mohamed Sheikh Ul-Razani. I'd like to express my gratitude and to send my regards to His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, to praise him for the wonderful job he's doing to build obstacles and to reject the extremist speech which is doing so many harms in our modern environment. The big challenge that we have to face is that beyond our conferences where we are discussing common values and common principles, common experiences, desires and wishes, the challenge is to be sure that those principles and values would be disseminated on the ground, would be disseminated among peoples, and would be disseminated among the hundreds of millions of people who are living in the countries represented in this conference. In this regards, and this is the main topic of this important session about women and youth, I'm not going to handle this topic in a comprehensive manner, but I just want to share with you a couple of ideas which are very important regarding the priority of the French diplomacy. Rights, security and prosperity and the empowerment of women and young girls are a priority of our diplomacy. A couple of words regarding women. Women are most of the time the first victims in conflict. That's why they need to be protected. But it's not only about this defensive representation. Women, first and foremost, are half of mankind. They should achieve and fulfill their roles, speaking out. They should be able to speak out. They are also the first educators. Women are the first educators. We have talked about modern education. We have talked about traditional and ancient education. I would like to talk about family education starting in the first days of life. In this regard, it is clear that women have a major role to play. Please let me tell you that women giving birth can remind us day after day the holy environment of any kind of human life. I would like to praise the women's capacity to offer some tangible solutions based on compromise, while sometimes men are much more involved in disputes and discrepancies. So we need to let women speaking out, and I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this conference for doing so. Now, youth are the most vulnerable, are the most fragile, but they are the future of our countries, our nations, our values. They are the more vulnerable in a country which is not an African country. My country, France, we've seen over the past years young people, youth, being lost, being suffering from a feeling of exclusion, who were trying to get involved in terrorist actions. It's a very, very harsh issue that we have to face. How can young people in our countries can be seduced by this speech of hate? So we are coming back to education. Education, modern education, formal education, traditional education, family education. It is important that Those different forms of education should convey and should forward the same values. Education is about forwarding knowledge, skills, and know-how, highlighting the importance of vocational training. It's also education on know-how to be. The know-how to be is about tolerance, about goodwill, about accountability. This education starts at home and should be pursued in any ways of schools. That's the call I would like to make today on behalf of my country, a call to everybody, to every countries, that everyone should conduct this thinking for these values of tolerance and goodwill should be forwarded since the beginning of life. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hope I stick to my 5 minutes time. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you, Your Excellency. Let me give the floor now to His Excellency Dr. Noura Ben Zaid Al Rashoud, Director of the Permanent Commission for Human Rights to the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. She's coming from Saudi Arabia. You have the floor, Doctor. In the name of God, grateful and merciful. Peace be upon the Prophet, his companions, his family. Your Excellencies, Your Excellency First Lady from Gambia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Independent Committee for Human Rights of the OIC, I would like to express my gratitude for giving me the opportunity to participate to this conference where we debate the role played by ancient education in peace building and knowledge promotion. Nouakchott is the living evidence of this traditional education. Our human rights community is a regional institution working for human rights. 50 member states, 2 billion Muslim people on 5 continents joining the OIC. This is the second largest international organization following the United Nations. As the executive director of this committee, it's a great honor of participating to this conference where we are trying to build a more inclusive world for human rights. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to remind you that scholars, ulemas in Mauritania have played a very important role to protect the Arabic language and to promote fiqh, sunnah, and Quran teaching, which has enabled us to strengthen the religious ties between different nations beyond the linguistic and cultural differences. Mauritania, with its Mahadra, has always protected the traditional education with a very special education shape inspired in the cultural training and education. Mahadra have always been well integrated with physics, chemistry, geometry, and medicine, have always cohabitated one with the other as fields of education leading towards the skills, excellence, knowledge, and creativity. Many students all over the world have always been attracted to this living standard. International law enables to safeguard this ancient education in regards with the International Pact. It guarantees its right to promote the exchange of culture. UNESCO has adopted more than 30 conventions, including recommendations, goodwill declaration within the UNESCO from 2001. As far as the African Charter, Article 17, it stipulates any kind of individuals should take place in the cultural life of his country. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, despite all the advantages that we can extract from these educational systems, and despite globalization and many challenges related to the increase of extremism, radical ideologies, we do need to face those challenges, asking to modernize educational systems by fighting against extremism and the speech of hate. That's why OIC, as an international institution, through one of its major institutions, the Independent Committee for Human Rights, wants to guarantee a better exchange between religions and civilizations by trying to work relentlessly with UNESCO, ISESCO, and the Permanent Committee for Human Rights to build a real partnership with the different organizations specialized in the cooperation with UNESCO to protect the traditional education. It is high time to implement policies to put forward diversity within the member states in order to promote values based on cultural diversity as a facilitator of the unification. In this regard, we are urging the member states to implement policies and a legal framework in regards and in line with their commitments for the human rights. I am deeply convinced that the exchanges which are going to be organized today will be in line with the recommendations of the OIC to promote the educational ties, to promote progress and development, to move toward a prosperous environment. Thank you very much for your attention. Your Excellency, His Excellency Mama Shasa, peace mediator in Kenya.
Les micros arrivent.
Microphone.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. I would like first to convey gratitude to the government of Mauritania, the two champions of women motherhood, Your Excellencies in the House, distinguished guests. I would also like to convey gratitude to African Conference of Peace and Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, Sheikh Bayan, for giving me this opportunity to come to Mauritania to this prestigious occasion. I don't have a speech. I will talk as a mother. Because wherever a mother goes, the child is there with her. We are disconnected with our children. We have been disconnected. I remember during my times when growing up, my mother used to give me a certain look, and I obey. But nowadays, you look at your child and your child stares back at you. When did the rain start beating us? Why are our children lost? In my country, we have criminal gangs. The children worldwide have lost hope. The children worldwide have no trust. They live in their own world. We are talking of traditional knowledge. We are having children, having babies. When will they learn traditional knowledge? If at 15 somebody is a mother, they don't know themselves. They're supposed to take care of a child. How will we put these learning virtues of the traditional knowledge in our children? We have gamified conflict in giving our children apps. They play in apps and get points. They glorify apps, conflict apps, maiming apps, killing apps. And when the child grows up stabbing somebody, it's no joke. To him, it's just a game. I come from a country, 60% is Christianity, 20% is Muslims. You are lucky. I'm telling you, as Islamic countries, you are very lucky. We have to walk the extra mile for us as Muslims to be heard in our country. I pray that the African Conference of Peace is done quarterly, not even yearly, to benefit, for us to learn from one another, from us to copy the good things that have happened in our countries. As long as the pain of a woman living in Senegal is not afflicting the women living in maybe Mauritania, we are still far from it. As women, we have to feel the pain across Africa. If I'm afflicted in Kenya, somebody in Morocco should feel the pain for me. We should talk in one voice. We should be able to do justice to the children. And to my youth who are in this house, stop talking of your rights. It is time now to talk of your responsibilities. Every right has a responsibility. What are you doing for that right? What is your job to ensure that right is put into action? As mothers, let us be parents to our children. Societal norms, societal values have elapsed. All this is because of what? Traditional knowledge has been thrown to the beams. We have adapted cultures which are not ours. We have adapted customs and norms which are not Quranic. And we are crying. We have been told, if we leave the Quran will leave us. And this is exactly what is happening today. Traditional knowledge to start in the houses and homes where we live before it is initiated in schools. Values. We have a lot of girls. We have a lot of girls who have dropped out of school. What are we doing about it? We have a lot of girls who get pregnant. Our children meet in Facebook. They engage in Twitter. They get married in Instagram. And they get divorced in WhatsApp. Family values have got lost. Marriage values are no longer there. As Africa, we should unite and stand up and guard our traditional knowledge. Thank you very much. Be blessed.
Merci infiniment. Je donne la parole.
Thank you, ma'am. His Excellency Youth Deputy, Mrs. Khadija Ward from Mauritania. In the name of God, the grateful and the merciful, peace be upon the Prophet, his family, and his companion. Your Excellency, First Lady from the Republic of Gambia, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our dear guests. In our country, Mauritania, traditional education is necessary for youth and for the others to defend the moderate thinking and to fight against extremism, violent extremism in our African continent. Peace in Africa. Defending tolerance principles and peace principles is a common value and an individual duty. African women, I would like to express my gratitude to African women. She has been active to build a space in the African environment. The Mauritanian women has played a very important role to forward knowledge and skills. Mauritanian women has participated to founding traditional schools. We have all been educated by women when we were young. We learn how to write and to read by our mothers. Mauritanian women has always been able to forward knowledge to his child. Religious education is a very important field, and women should have a role to play in this process, as said by the poet, quote, "Women is a school by itself," unquote. That's why we need to acknowledge the role played by women in the environment of education and religious teaching. Sheikha Mariam has created a great mahadara like her father to defend religious education. Those women and other women have played a very important role in regards to disseminating knowledge related to the Islamic religion. Youth should participate in this process because they play a very important role within the society. In any context, in any society, youth should play a role acknowledged by everybody. Because if the youth is going the right way, the whole society is going the right way. That's why our Prophet, peace be upon him, quote, "I recommend to give a lot of interest to youth because youth have supported me." Unquote. Youth should be granted the right education environment. They should also be part of the digitalization. In addition to this, the women empowerment is very important. It's a guarantee of success. Traditional teaching is a guarantee to maintain our traditions and our traditional education. Thank you very much for this great presentation. I would like to express my gratitude to the different panelists Could you please stick to the timing because we are a little bit short of time. Please stick to 3 minutes. The next panelist, His Excellency Dr. Mustafa Sheikh, member of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace. Just a minute, please wait the microphone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. In the name of God, the graceful and the merciful. Your Excellency, First Lady, ladies and gentlemen, in the name of God, the grateful and the merciful. Your Excellency, First Lady, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be here with you. To work for peace. To work for peace through traditional education, peace and science. There is no science without peace, and no peace without science, without knowledge, and without science. Human being is the outcome, the result of spirit, heart, and reason. And if we are gathered here in Mauritania, thanks to His Excellency Mr. Ben Baya, under the patronage of the Republic of Mauritania, and with the auspices of the UAE to discuss the challenges within our nation, within our nations. Sheikh Abdullah Ben Baya, in the introduction of his book, Al-Ijtihad and Jurisprudence, is teaching us that the Islamic nation has the responsibility to forward the tolerance principles to other nations. The Islamic nation is at the core of this planet. It had many direct relations between the West and the East. But sometimes it had to be involved in clashes and to absorb a lot of clashes and pressure. It has always showed from a cultural standpoint that it was resilient. End of quote. Our existence from a human standpoint. Women should play a very important role. Our world is going through a very deep crisis. Forcing us to forget our history, to leave aside the religious principles, and our world is in conflict with tolerance. The Italian philosopher Giovanni Pico Marangona was the first philosopher in talking about dignity in Europe. And he said clearly that he had found those principles in the writings of Abdullah ibn Qafa, who said previously that the best creation was human being. This is why this Italian philosopher was called the father of humanity, the father of mankind. He wrote a book about human dignity in the 15th century. It is difficult to find the right moment when human being has discovered that the quest for reality about God and the discovery of human being by the human being discovering the other was very important to reach God's truth. It was the basis of the Sufi thinking. Sufi have always tried to look for the truth. This is why we need to stress the fact that it is important to have the right relation with ourselves, with oneself. In the same time, human beings' glory is not the same as God's glory. But in Europe, human beings' glory is coming before God's glory on behalf of the human being dignity. This alternative belief is wrong, because the core of human being interest has swifted, has moved to an exaggerated importance given to human being at the God glory expenses. We need to rediscover this Italian philosopher. We need to enrich the real religion with the right understanding of God. Consequently, we will be able to find the right balance between reason and religion. Cameron said that the objective was to avoid the destruction of humanity. The destruction of mankind have forced mankind to create the United Nations to solve the issues created by human being and to build and maintain peace in order to defend human being. Unfortunately, United Nations are not longer capable of fulfilling this mission. According to the General Secretary's statement from the United Nations, Gutierrez, he said that Gaza is not a humanitarian crisis. It's not a Palestinian crisis. It is a humanitarian crisis. Gaza has become a graveyard. Gaza has become a graveyard made of children. Each day, children, young girls and women are being killed. This violence, this despise for human life, and this disrespect for international law has become very normal in our life, in our environment. Dear scholars, dear ulemas, we have a huge responsibility. We need to wake up mankind thanks to spirituality and tolerance. The same spirituality defended by Sheikh Abdullah bin Baria through the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace and through the opening of new landscapes for mankind through the Pico de la Miranda principles. Principles inspired by Abdullah bin Khafa. The best creation is Islam and mankind. I think that women will give us back mankind because we have failed, we men. Thank you, Your Excellency. His Excellency Khadijatou Yekhla, she is a leader of the Moroccan youth. Let's take 2 or 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
Modératrice, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
On behalf of Allah, the graceful, the merciful, peace and prayers on Prophet Muhammad, his companions and followers, dear President of the Republic of the Gambia, Excellencies, dear deputies, dear scholars, all due protocol respected, honorable members of the assistance, I'm honored today to be part of this very important summit at a time when we are welcomed by a brotherly country, namely Mauritania, and I'm here to stand for the provinces of the south of the Kingdom of Morocco. I am honored to take part to the 4th edition of the African Conference for Peace under the heading of Ancestral Knowledge and Peace. Educational matters are central to ensure peace and stability in Africa. And in spite of the challenges to which the African continent is confronted in the lack of infrastructures, resources, staff, and teachers, we nevertheless need to improve the status quo situation thanks to complementarity of efforts provided at national, continental, and international levels in order to provide for the infrastructures, the opportunities to the teachers, and encouraging societal participation to encourage the development of the educational sector and the sector of official education. Young people are a pillar for the future, and they are dynamic momentum embodying creativity, enthusiasm, and momentum towards the future. This calls upon our attention to help them get autonomous, creating, therefore, an environment that would be favorable to these young people to promote their talents, skills, and let them blossom whilst listening to the voice of the Almighty and responding to their personal needs. As fairly said by His Majesty Mohammed VI in this speech pronounced at the 9th Summit of the Heads of States of African Union in Addis Ababa, and I quote, "A voluntarist policy directed towards young people, focalizing on development. The future of Africa depends intrinsically on these young people. More than 7 billion Africans are young people. 7 million Africans are young people, and they are between 15 to 24 years old, and they will be the building bricks of the future. 400 million people in the African continent by 2050, hence the imperative to invest in the strong potential these youngsters stand for, and it will be an unprecedented opportunity to optimize this manpower and potential of these young people living on the continent and of the royal speech. In addition to all that, women stand for 50% of society, and their role is nowadays practically the same as men to guarantee the development of a whole country, whether under an economic, social, or political standpoint. It is therefore necessary to create equal opportunities for women whilst confirming their rights, including the right to education, to work, and the necessity to convert or to eradicate any stereotypes or traditionalist visions, as well as conventional positions that used to be granted roles to, grant them to men or women, and it should be promote the development and evolution of society in its broader sense. Eventually, this is why we need to invest in training and education in order to guarantee safe access to men and women at the same level on the labor market, and make sure that in spite of all the drastic mutations that this labor market is undergoing and the speeding up of societies, we have to be aware of the importance of the future of our respective countries. Therefore, it is a need to provide these young people and women the necessary autonomy for them to blossom and to embrace and be part and parcel of a society based on equal opportunities for everyone. Thank you for your global response for a prosperous future for us all. Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to Mrs. Maymunabad, the laureate of the Award of Young UN Activists, and she comes from Burkina Faso. Thank you. A microphone, please.
Can you please bring the mic? Can you please bring the mic to Mrs. Maymunabad? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Ndate.
Thank you very much, Ndate. I don't know if I have much to say after the great Mufti, the Minister of Education of Burkina Faso, Minister of Education of Niger. So I see around this table great ulamas and great scholars, and these are those who should be sitting alongside with my father to find solutions. So I do not necessarily feel that I am in a position where I can teach any lessons. Yet I would like to say something, if I may. And I do ask your kind attention to everyone for what I'm about to say. What I am meaning to say here is that our common desire for peace must go beyond the conferences that we will hold and beyond the fora that we shall organize. Peace, as we all know it, is to be built in the hearts of people and in the minds. Whenever a person becomes radicalized, it requires a minutious, detailed and methodical work to change the mind of that person, and this person can be harassed for years with the sole objective to have this person adhere to their cause, for example, to wage war against his or her brothers. In the same way, we are all together here and hope for peace. We need to understand that we must work on a case-per-case basis. We need to look at people individual and provide them with the values of peace. We must be as methodical and as well organized as those who want to wage war. We can only build peace throughout individuals. For the remainder, nowadays I know that there's a lot of money that's being invested to acquire weapons in the hope to fight against extreme and violent groups in my country. I'd like to share the approach that we have from my own experience in order to build peace in Burkina Faso. As you might know, one of the keys in order to achieve peace in our world, and Burkina is not an exception to this rule. It is really the knowledge and education. And as far as we are concerned, what we are doing is that we are identifying children. In Burkina Faso, there's 1 million children who used to go to school and they no longer have the opportunity to attend school because of these wars and conflicts. We need to identify them. We find one person, one voluntary person who feels in the financial capacity to uphold this child, for him to be supported during the whole length of his curriculum. Whenever you deploy this kind of job in the field, you will realize how much us as individuals, we may manage to trigger a significant change within our communities and in our search for peace. Whenever you see a child with a dream, and his dream is to take arms to fight against other people, this is a scary dream. It's rather a nightmare, and I know children who are like this in Burkina Faso. So our approach must really integrate the love of another, solidarity and philanthropy. These are the things we need to place in the minds of people, and people must be mobilized around the cause of peace. For the remainder, with regard to the issue of the commitment of young people and young women, or women, there are 3 things that I'd like to share with you here. The first thing I'd like to say to the young and to women who are listening to me is that the way of your commitment must go through your own search for knowledge, and never throughout the world has knowledge been so easy to acquire. Nowadays, modern technologies enable us to get access to the necessary information to be trained and to be knowledgeable, but you need to be able to use these technologies to be effective. Then your commitment towards causes should be therefore improved. Ladies and young people who are listening to me, if your leadership is exclusively rooted towards service, and I'm saying that because what we are noticing is that there's a mindset of leadership based on this position. People have the feeling that they are leaders because they have a job, because they are important personalities, but it's wrong. Let nobody tell you or make you believe that because you are a guardian, because you are a bodyguard, you are an official, that you have more or less leadership. The leadership you hold is your desire to serve a cause for the future of humankind, and this is the common trait of character of all the leaders that humanity has known, including our prophet, may peace be upon him. And the last thing on which I would like to conclude is that we always must keep in mind in our struggles, dear ladies and dear young people, that one cannot change communities. It never has happened. It is forcibly individuals that can change, and this change must happen within these individuals. That's where we must work. It's a very tedious work. It must be methodical. It could take generations, but this is a must have. And I swear to God, we do not give enough importance to that. And if we don't, we will never manage to build the peace to which we aspire. A community cannot change if the individuals within it don't change themselves. I hope I didn't take too much of your time, and I would like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you so much, Maimouna. Now we are coming to the term of this opening session for the Summit of Women and the Youth. I do have the privilege to hereby now give the floor to our guest of honor today, Her Excellency, Mrs. First Lady of Gambia, Mrs. Fatima Barbaho. Dear First Lady, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Oui, le mic. Les micros, s'il vous plaît.
Microphone, please.
Hurry up. Les micros.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Before delivering my statement, I think I have a little thing to say. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. Whenever I travel out of my country, people ask me, what mineral resources do you have? I tell them, we have peace. We don't have any mineral resources, but we have peace. Because I believe peace is more than gold. Peace is more than diamonds, petrol, and everything. Because if you have all these mineral resources and you don't have peace, you won't enjoy them. Then peace is the most important thing. And I'm very happy that I was invited to this summit. Thank you. Your Excellency, my dear sister, the First Lady of Mauritania, I am very happy and honored for the invitation, and I'm so sad that she's not here with me. She could have been here with me, but thank God she has sent the Minister of Social Affairs, Children and Family to be with me, to support me with this, because I was here to support her. Now the Minister is here to support me. The President of the Abu Dhabi Forum for Peace, all protocols duly and respectfully observed. Assalamu alaikum to you all. It is an honor to stand before you today to celebrate the incredible contributions of African women and youths as architects of peace. In a world often marked by challenges, their pivotal roles in shaping sustainable peace are a beacon of hope and inspiration. I am therefore honored to be part of this great initiative dedicated to the promotion of peace and recognizing the centrality of women and youth in this context in which their role significance is often overlooked and undervalued. Women and youth play an important role in ensuring a stable environment, which is a prerequisite for peace building and development for every nation. Peace building is a process that facilitates an establishment of durable peace and development by strengthening capacities at all levels. Institutional building, as well as political and economic transformation. In achieving this, the pertinent role and effective participation of women and youth towards economic and social development through sustainable peace ought to be recognized and given the appropriate attention, as well as the conducive environment where they will develop and flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, African women, with their unwavering strength and resilience, are the backbone of their communities. They navigate through hardship with grace, fostering unity and understanding. Through grassroots initiatives, they bridge divided and promote dialogue, laying the foundation for enduring peace. The youth, the heartbeat of any society, are emerging as catalysts for positive change. African youth, with their dynamic and passion, are actively shaping the narrative towards the future grounded in peace and prosperity. Their innovation and commitment to social justice are powerful forces that challenge the status quo and pave the way for a more harmonious continent. Together, African women and youth are rewriting the script of peace building, Their collaborative efforts extend beyond conventional boundaries, embracing inclusivity and diversity. They champion education, empowerment, and economic development, recognizing that sustainable peace is not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of justice, equality, and opportunity. Hence, the need for empowerment of women and youths, gender parity, and inclusivity for better gender and youth-responsive participation in politics and contribution to development that lead to long-lasting peace. Peace building needs to be a key priority for all. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Gambia, like all over Africa, there is an underrepresentation of women in leadership positions, as women face significant challenges accessing resources and support. Although women play a key role in important areas such as political and agricultural fields, the process of empowering women to become leaders had to begin at the level of the household and within the community. With the support of the development partners like the United Nations Peace Building, Fund support collaboration between Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Welfare, UNFPA, to undertake significant projects as part of the Women in Politics Participation and Leadership Project. These projects are indeed in recognition of the active part that women can play in politics once given the right support to lead and become economically empowered. Women can play an effective role in peace building, thereby making all efforts and projects aimed at addressing the root causes of women's lack of participation in public office and electoral processes due to financial requirements, among others. Highly welcome and appreciated, I recently launched a Women Resource and Empowerment Center, which will serve as a medium through which women of North Bank region and will benefit from knowledge building, networking, expansion, skill acquisition, and financial support, regardless of their political affiliation. That in the Gambia, we all want and work towards each day. Similarly, a food processing factory that I commissioned on the same day will also strengthen and economically empowered women and their capacities relative to food processing, technology, and comprehensive skill training. Both projects were urgently needed to further support and uplift the status of women in the country. As projects are indeed in recognition of the active part that women can play in politics once given the right support to lead and become economically empowered. Women can play an effective role in peace building, thereby making all efforts and projects aimed at addressing the root causes of women's lack of participation in public office and electoral processes due to financial requirements, amongst others, highly welcome and appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, for economic development to occur in any society and country, there equally needs to be a youth population that are innovative, productive, economically independent, and progressive. From a very young age, the notion of peace, progress, hard work, and humanity need to be instilled in our youths and children as future leaders of country. The youthful age is the most important transition period into adulthood and naturally shaped who we will become in the future. As all of us were once youth, and over the years, some of us may have realized that we could have made better decisions in the past than we have clearly life-changing implications. Therefore, the youth need to be guided and supported constantly as they are responsible for any meaningful development and the future of the Gambia and elsewhere. In the digital world that we live in today, we as Africans need to highly encourage our youth to become innovative and productive to enable our countries to develop and prosper. Moreover, the youth also need to be given the right tools an opportunity to strive, prosper, and contribute to our national and continental development as Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, in the transitional justice process in and advance of the truth reconciliation era that the Gambia had been through, the lesson learned is that it is important for women and youth to emerge as the forefront and take a leading role and responsibility in ensuring peace and stability in the country and the rest of the world. I therefore deem it to our God-given responsibilities as nurturers, mothers, women, and continue to advocate for peace and for a safe environment for our children to prosper and achieve their full potential. In local communities across Africa, women and youth are therefore founding pillars of resilience. They plant seeds of hope, nurturing environment where dialogue flourishes, and the solutions are born. Their courage is in addressing issues such as gender inequality, poverty, environmental challenges demonstrates a commitment to creating a holistic and lasting peace. As we acknowledge the architects of peace among African women and youth, let us amplify their voices, support their initiatives, and learn from their experiences. Their stories are not just narratives of overcoming diversity, but blueprint for a more harmonious future that we can all strive towards. In conclusion, let us celebrate the transformative power of African women and youths as architects of peace. Their endeavors are not only shaping the present, but building a legacy that will resonate for generations to come. Together, we can stand in solidarity with them, foresting a world where sustainable peace is not just a dream, but a shared reality. I have the singular honor to open the African Women and Youth Peace Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, First Lady, for this powerful statement. Thank you for your word for women, peace, and youth. We say that behind a great man, there is a great woman. I don't say behind, I say next. Exactly.
I think side to side.
Side to side.
Yes.
Absolutely, you're right.
Women are the force to support in any way, because our prophet, peace be upon him, when he went to the cave, he came back terrified. It was Khadija who was there for him. Then we need to take our positions as women.
Thank you. Mr. Sherna Al-Mahfoud bin Baya will now deliver to you the African Peace Trophy.
Okay, then. Thank you very much for this award. I believe it's just not to tell me that I have done well. For me, I believe is to tap on my back to tell me do more. And inshallah, Rabbi, I will do more than what we're doing right now. Alhamdulillah, thank you very much.
Thank you. So the session will start again at 3 p.m. Thank you.